700 of all other breeds. Inside this first class, we have a total of 23 exhibitors. This is the only class of all other breeds, so the first and seconds within this class will be by default your champion and reserve champion AOBs. We have an entry from Maylee McLennan, Tinley Burr, Bennett Morrison, Adley True, Owen Davis, Emma Constable, Brian Graves, Janessa Leach, Addison Pint, Danica Oliver, Parker Tribbett, Dylan Reno, Hadley Kriego, Kimber Hatcher, Camden Kriego, Camden Brown, Preston Pettinger, Danica Oliver, Emily Samber, Landon Spate, Cole Spurlock, Marianne Fassett, and Sadie McWhirter. Again, this is your only class of market lambs, all other breeds. We have a weight range on these animals from 110 to 157 pounds. Our judge for today's contest is Mr. Gene Wynn. Over the past 30 years, Gene has had the pleasure of working with Junior Showman and supporting the youth livestock programs as a teacher, sheep breeder, judge, and a dad. He earned his bachelor's and master's degree in agricultural and extension education from New Mexico State University. His degrees led to a career as an agricultural educator and an agricultural extension and 4-H agent county director for the New Mexico Cooperative Extension Service. Gene and his wife, Doreen, raised 4 children who showed multiple livestock species, where they were fortunate to experience numerous champion and reserve champion honors over the years, both locally within New Mexico and at national levels. For the past 25 years, Gene has judged various sheep, goat, swine, and cattle shows at the local and regional levels. He has also judged in states nationwide, including Arizona, California, Indiana, Montana, Kansas, Virginia, Ohio, Texas, and now Colorado. Special thanks to Gene Wynn, our judge for today's contest.
Well, if you would, let's give these young people a round of applause. We're going to keep this bunch over here, these 10 head, but they certainly deserve a round of applause. Let's give them one, please.
A reminder that if you have unloaded your animals and tack, we do need you to continually move as traffic needs to keep moving in and out of gate number 4. Also, if you do not have a parking pass for inside gate number 4, please make sure that you are not parked there. We do have a van Casper College, so anybody from Casper College, if you could move the van, you are currently parked in the way. And again, just please keep traffic moving as we try to get other exhibitors in and out for today's shows. Thank you.
Well, it takes a little while to sort through this, and we got some differences in terms of breeds. We got some differences in terms of weights. So it took a little more time, Willem. I think we sort down to these top 5, and again, you can see the differences out here again in breeds and weights. I think the top 3 here are similar in type and kind and what I'm looking for today. You know, I think the real decision gets between these top pair right here. I think they're exceptionally good ones. I think there's some give and take between them. You know, I always like sheep that can get out and move, and that's what separates it for me. In this top pair, I think the class winner, he just handles himself better in terms of getting himself up, lifting his chest floor up, raising his front end out, and getting out and moving really, really good. I think he profiles and balances out really good. I think he handles with a little more rack shape, and he's a little shapelier coming down his top side till he gets to his last rib in comparison to the one that's in second. So again, when you put them into motion, I think that's where they separate themselves. The one that comes second, though, I'll tell you this, when you get to his last rib from their back, that's a super good one as well. And that one has got a lot of dimension in his loin. He ties in super good there at his hip-loin junction. You step in behind those two, he's probably got a notch more squareness and more depth of twist and lower leg in comparison to the two of them. I just like to see this one get out and travel a little bit better. Like to see him lift his head up and go just a little bit better for me. Maybe gets just a notch tighter in the spine, but that's getting awful picky. And a really nice pair here on the top end of this class. We get over here into our third place, and I think this is just a good one. Very functional, conditions right on him today. Young man does a good job of sticking him and showing him. When you study him and compare him to the other two, he just gets a little plainer. He's not as three-dimensional. He gets a little flatter in his forerib, maybe just a notch longer in his blade there. So in comparison to those two, when you put him into motion, I don't think he holds himself together quite as well. But right on the money. I think his lines are right. I think he's got enough muscle content. I think he deserves to be in the top 3 here. We got a couple of downs here that come 4th and 5th, and I told these two young ladies, I know it's hard to show against some specs, but you know what? These are two really nice downs. And the young ladies one here that comes 4th, he's just packed full of muscle. He's a dense-made one. He's got a lot of shape down his top side, big rack, big-ended one as well. She does a great job of sticking him right on the money in terms of condition and freshness today. He's one that when you compare any of those, not just in terms of size, but in terms of balance, he's not quite as good in his blade and his chest floor, and just not as quite as showy as the one sitting in front of him today. But that is a good down right there that comes in 4th. Likewise, we round out the class with another down. Probably doesn't balance and profile quite as good as the 4th place one, but this young lady just shows the wheels off of him. He's really dialed in terms of touch and handle. Really good from that perspective. Maybe needs a shot more muscle as well. But hey, this is a very challenging class. These kids did a great job. If you would, let's give them a big round of applause if you would.
Your results from the class of all other breeds market lambs. In 10th place, Bennett Morrison from Eagle. 9th place, Addison Pint from Palisade. 8th place, Landon Spate from Delta. 7th place, Cole Spurlock from Colorado Springs. 6th place, Emily Samber of Atwood. 5th place, Maylee McLennan of Byers. 4th place, Emma Constable of Fruta. 3rd place, Preston Pettinger of Eaton, Colorado. 2nd place, and your reserve champion goes to Camden Krigo of Wellington. And your class winner and your champion AOB is Hadley Krigo of Wellington. Coming in the ring at this time is our first class of blackface lightweight division. Within this class, we have Gabe Leanhart, Myrna Jermillo, Rhett Fisher, Michaela Thiel, Rory Wilbanks, Isabella Ramsey, Maylee McLennan, Brock Nihas, Lexi Vrabic, Parker Tribbett, Boston Bangert, Ryder Phipps, Sawyer Phipps, Parker Wright, Ryan Mergelman, and Caden Livingston. These animals have a weight range of 110 to 113 pounds. This year's Market Lamb Show at the 2023 Colorado State Fair would not be possible without our award sponsors. Some sponsors include ADM Animal Nutrition, Mark Arndt, Colorado Livestock Association, the Colorado State Fair, Colorado State University, family of Lewis Cox, Marlin Eisenach, Lubricin Livestock, Northeastern Junior College, Sure Champ and Vita Charge, and the American Hampshire Sheep Association, as well as Weaver Livestock. Special thanks to all of our sponsors for helping us put on the 2023 Market Lamb Show. There is a goat meeting that is happening at 8:45 outside the barn. So if you need to participate in said goat meeting, you need to be outside the goat barn. Mr. Marlon Eisenach is going to be over there handling that meeting. So again, exhibitors for goats. I know we may have some lamb exhibitors dual purpose with goats and lambs. So again, there is an 8:45 goat meeting outside the goat barn.
Once again, if you would, let's give these kids a round of applause. The first class of lightweight blackface crosses here, and again, I think kind of like the first class and the class before, I think there's some challenges out here, and we got some differences, not so much maybe in weight as much as we do in just maturity patterns, and some give and take in my mind anyway out here in terms of where you want to start and where you want to place them all the way on down through the top 10 here. We're going to start with the young lady's weather here. It's certainly the most powerful, most opened up one. That's pretty evident. I think we can probably see that wherever you're at. He's really opened up through his chest, opens up into his rib and center body, really good. He handles exactly the same way when you get over the top side of him in terms of how expansive and wide he is down that top side. Great turn to his lower leg and stifle. She shows the wheels off him as well. When she gets him propped up, he runs uphill. I don't know when you put him into motion if he's the tallest fronted one, but I still think he maintains himself good enough. And in this particular class, he just outpowers everything with enough look. He needs to start the class. The challenging one for me, here's the one that comes in second. I love the little more athletic look, later maturing pattern in this weather. I think he's got the pieces to get really good today. He's just not quite there. I think he needs more condition on him. I think that would help him in a number of areas. If you study this one in terms of his build, I think he's got the right parts. His feet and legs are right. His substance is right in terms of foot and bone. He gets a little tighter in his spine, but I think that comes with a little more condition. I think it lays in him. Stop line's perfect. His underline's good. I just love the athletic look, but I think that's because he's a little immature and a little under conditioned today. Today, he's going to have to fall in that second hole for me. Then I think it certainly gets more challenging here. The young lady's Blue Sheep that comes here in third. I told her from his rib forward, or his last rib forward, I like him a lot. I think he's one again. It's opened up in his chest. His blade's short, lays into his body right. He's got some turn to his rib there. He's opened up as well. It's when you get right behind that when he starts to pinch in behind that pin set and dock right there. Maybe need to change his hind wheel structure just a little bit. But from the last rib forward, that one's made right, works its way up here into the top three. Come over here to the next one. This young lady, I told her, has got this one dialed in. Really, really good today. Handles really fresh to the touch. Got some shape, got some muscle. I think from a skeletal standpoint, I do like the way he runs uphill, but he's the one that closes in on himself. Lower one-third of his skeleton, he's not as opened up. He gets flatter in his forerib, and you study him on the go. He's the narrowest one of the top four out here. We ride out the class with a ewe-lamb here. It's just really packed through muscle. She's the one showing the most amount of maturity, not just in terms of her front end and how she's lower fronted, but also in terms of condition. She's probably got the most amount of condition. In addition to that, you get over the top side of her, she is wide. She's got a lot of width down that top side, but she's the most opened up on the top side of her blades as well. Put her into motion, she just runs downhill too much for me. Again, I think a very competitive class. If you would, let's give them a round of applause.
Your results from your first class, Class 5101 of lightweight blackface lambs. In 9th place, Parker Tribbett of Sterling. 8th place, Boston Bangert of Fort Lupton. 7th place, Michaela Thiel of Fort Morgan. 6th place, Lexi Rebeck of Colorado Springs. 5th place, Ryder Phipps of Haxton. 4th place, Ryan Mergelman of Rangeley. 3rd place is Bella Ramsey of Wellington. In 2nd place, Maylee McLennan of Byers. And your class winner is Sawyer Phipps of Haxton. Coming into the ring at this time is your second class of lightweight blackface lambs. We have entries from Harper Tolley, Mesa Newhus, Lincoln Newhus, Madison Britton, Tessa Delmore, Morgan Britton, Emma Constable, Hayden Gallus, David Vetter, Jace Begay, Dominic Malindo, Siri Tillman, Kelsey Stribling, Mace McLennan, Mason Pint, Jalen Gonzalez, and Teo Winden. This again is class number 2 of your blackface lightweight lambs with a weight of 114 to 117 pounds.
Well, once again, we've got 10 over here. We're going to study on a little bit more. If you would, let's give these young people a round of applause as they exit the ring. Well, I think a fun class here in this particular weight to sort through, especially when we get down here to our top 5, and certainly some differences between them. And we got the more athletic-looking ones up here in my mind in the top pair, but or top 3. But I think I simply think they're the best ones as well in terms of their build and their skeletal quality. I think they're best ones from that standpoint. And you start to break them down and you study them, and I think you can start to see the differences between them. A class winner, you start at the ground on that one. I mean, he is big-footed. He's got a lot of substance to him under him in terms of foot and bone. And he's one, as you progress up and you start to study him in terms of that build, really good in his blade, really good in his top line, really good in his underline as well. His neck sets on top of his blade right. You study him from the front, the rear, three-quarter angle. He puts the pieces together extremely well, and then you get your hands on him, and he's got lots of muscle laid on top of his skeleton. And so as you start to break them down, I think they're all 3 really good sheep, but he starts to put some distance in my mind between the ones below him here, just because he's got the parts along with the muscle and puts it together so well. Congratulations to this young lady. This next one that comes next, this young lady's got one that I think's really good too, in terms of the way this one's made. Really expansive, the way he comes out of his rack into his top line, really wide, maybe even a notch wider than our class winner. Really good in terms of his muscle, really good turn to the lower part of his leg and his stifle there. I don't think he's built quite as well as our class winner. If you start to analyze him, he gets just a little longer in his blade. He doesn't lift his chest floor up in him quite as well. Again, I don't think his neck's jammed right up on top of his blades like our class winner is. But hey, that's a good one there that comes in second, one that this young lady does a great job of showing. Young man here that comes third does a great job as well. And this is the one that really right on the money in terms of condition and very expressive in terms of the amount of muscle he's got. I think he's the frailer mate of our top 3. He's one that in my mind's made good. I like how tall-shouldered he is. I like his elevation and his chest floor. You start to study him as you progress out through his last third, and he's the one that runs out of gas in terms of just dimension and muscle shape. He needs more if he's going to run up here with the 2 above him today. We get to our next 2 here in 4th and 5th, and I'll be the first to tell you these ones got a lot of power. A lot of muscle jammed in these ones. These ones are dense-made ones. Got a great touch and a great handle to them. It's the build and the skeletal quality on these 2 that I want to change. The one that comes in 4th, read this one being just a little better through his front third in comparison to the 5th. I think he ties in the top side of his blade better. One that's good down his top line. Just put the parts together just a little bit smoother than the one in 5th. The one in 5th, last rib back, really good. Love the hip, lower leg in that one. It's great. It's the front third in that one. He gets longer bladed. It's not as elevated up in his chest floor and really opens up too much in the top side of his blade, but a tremendous amount of muscle in that one in this particular class. Again, a very competitive class, if you would. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your results from your second class of blackface lightweight lambs. In 10th place, Dominic Molinado of Greeley. 9th place, Morgan Britton of Severance. 8th place, Mace McLennan of Byers. 7th place, Tessa Delmore of Wellington. 6th place, Hayden Gallus of Yuma. 5th place, David Vetter of Bennett. 4th place, Emma Constable of Fruta. 3rd place, Jace Begay of Pierce. 2nd place, Teo Winden of Hudson. And your class winner, Harper Tolley of Carr. Coming into the ring at this time is our 3rd and final class of lightweight blackface lambs. We have 17 exhibitors in the ring. We will have TJ Rumsey, Emma Constable, Preston Pettinger, Sydney Woodaway, Lucas Davis, Caden Healy-Mitchell, Trent Mock, Blake Herrera, Anna Vetter, Trinity Bulger, Adley True, Brock Fassett, Cadence Hanhart, Tucker Green, Michaela Thiel, Ryder Phipps, and Kaylin Tolley. This is, again, the 3rd and final class of your lightweight blackface division. We have a weight range on these animals from 118 to 121 pounds.
Well, once again, if you would, let's show our appreciation to these young people over here that we're going to dismiss from the ring. Good job.
Just a reminder, if we have exhibitors inside the barn here, we will need our first and seconds to return for your lightweight division champion selection. So if we could have the 4 exhibitors return from your lightweight first 2 classes, we'll need Sawyer Phipps, Maylee McLennan, Harper Toll, Taya Winden. Please report to the holding ring. Please report to the holding ring. Thank you. Going to make our final call for our first and seconds to return for your lightweight division championship drive. We'll need our first and seconds. Please return to the holding ring for our lightweight champion drive.
Well, a class that I certainly think has some challenges to it. I think if you want to line them up a little bit different, I certainly understand that. I think we've got the two heavier muscled ones, the ones that are just a little more complete in my mind here on the top end of things. You know, the one we're going to start with, I think when we take him into motion, that's where I want to change him just a little bit. Wants to fight her a little bit up around that head and neck. And she gets him parked, his neck sits and top side of his blade's good enough. Maybe got just a little more set those back legs, but that's getting really picky. I think when she's got this one parked, he fits the bill really good. It's just when you take him in the motion, you like to change him just a little bit. As far as touch and handle, he's explosive coming down his top side. Big racked, big backed, and big ended sheep as well. And if you study him on the profile, I think he's the one that's put together, the most proportional, the best balanced one out here. Again, I think he puts the most good together in this particular class. The one here that comes second, again, I like this one on its feet and legs in terms of foot and bone size. Again, I think one is fundamentally really good in terms of its lines. Probably got quite as athletic looking as the one that goes in front of it today. Wants to get just a little deeper in terms of that forerib, not as neat in his chest floor, but again, that's getting awful picky on one that's made right, one that's muscular, not as shapely, not as correct in terms of condition as the one that leads off today, but I think nonetheless one that's a really good one here that comes in second. It gets tight between third and fourth and fifth here, and that's where some decisions had to be made. You know, this one gets out and moves the way I like. He hits the ground with some base width, and you start to study this one. From his rib forward, he's the best made one out here in terms of width of chest, roundness of his forerib. He handles the same way down that top side. Really good as he comes out of his blade into his rack. Really correct in terms of his loin, and that's where he excels over fourth and fifth. Really good in his upper hip. He plays out in the lower part of his leg there, and that's where I'd like to give him a shot more muscle. We give that one some more muscle down low, then I think he gets up there and competes right in the top end of the class. One that comes next, if you want to say this is the heaviest muscled one, I wouldn't argue with you. Really, one on the top side's really shapely. A lot of muscle in that one. His hip's probably as good as anything out here. He's the one that doesn't put the parts together good enough for me today. He gets real piecey out here. He gets bolder in terms of his blade. Lower part of his shoulder wants to jump out on him. You get your hands on him, is a little more opened up on the top side. He's not as fresh in his loin, and you can see how the edges aren't set it in there like they should. So we need to change that one through his front third a little bit. in my mind, maybe just softening just a touch and freshen up his loin there, then maybe that one makes that one a little more competitive. I like the angularity, feet and legs under the one that we round the class out with. I like the hamp features in this one as well. Young man does a good job of showing it. He gets it parked there. That one looks great on the profile. When you get your hands on this one, that's where it starts to change. He's of our top 5 here. He's the one that's not as shapely. He doesn't have the width and dimension down that top side. Gets rounder in his loin. Really good view in terms of his lower leg. We just got to change him on the top side. Really nice class. Congratulations.
Your results from the third and final class of your blackface lightweights. In 10th place, Caden Healy Mitchell from Wiggins. 9th place, Sydney Wadaway from Fort Collins. 8th place goes to Adley True of Alt. 7th place, Emma Constable of Fruta. 6th place, Preston Pettinger of Eaton. 5th place, Trent Mock of Franktown. 4th place, TJ Rumsey of Greeley. 3rd place, Brock Fassett of Olathe. 2nd place goes to Kaylin Toll of Carr. And your class winner is Anna Vetter of Bennett. At this time, we will bring back our first and seconds for our lightweight blackface division championship drive. Coming into the ring at this time, we have our class winners. The first class, first place, we have Sawyer Phipps. Class 2 winner, we have Harper Toll. Class 3 winner, Anna Vetter. And your second place winners from class number 1, you have Maylee McLennan. Class number 2, Teo Winden. And class number 3, Kaylin Toll.
Well, let's put your hands together and give these kids a big round of applause here. Our lightweight division champion and reserve champion, I think, is a really competitive group out here. We get them out here in these top three. I hope you can see some similarities in them. There's some differences in them. I hope you can see the things I see in terms of elevation, all of them running uphill. There's some differences in terms of width and dimension, but I think they're all good pattern sheep that proportion out good and balance up good. Here on the top end, and likewise over there in our second ones. Our first class winner, and she's the powerhouse out here if you just want to talk about pure muscle. She is just massive down, or he is, excuse me. He's just massive down the top side, big racked, big loin, huge lower leg in him, really busted open, really powerfully made in terms of looking at him from behind or even from the front. He's the quicker made one of our top three out here. He gets us the notch more conventional through his front third, little shorter neck. For one that powerful, though, he's still super good. In my mind, he doesn't get round off either ends. He just shows the maturity starting to sit in him a little bit. Second place over there was one that we talked about in the class that just extremely green today, but I thought in that class has some pieces that were really unique. One that I think, if it goes on, is one that can get better. I think that one just needs a little more time and more condition. Come over here, our second class winner, and this one's probably built as good as anything out here. I think if you want to talk about skeletal quality, that's one that you can sit here and you can study on for a little bit in terms of a two-dimensional look. This one's really good in terms of the way that his neck sets up on top of his blades there. He ties in really good in terms of his length of blade and his chest fours up in him. One that ties it all together in a really smooth way there. He's one that progresses back on the profile as well in terms of his body's really good and shows you some turn to his lower stifle. I guess for me, again, if you study him, he's the one that gets just a little narrower and a little flatter in comparison to the two sheep that are on either side of him. But he's certainly one that handles really good today in terms of freshness and touch. And she does a great job of sticking that one out here. The second place we talked about in the class, that one's one that's very dimensional, really square from his last rib back. He's the one, again, we wanted to change that front third just a little bit in terms of maybe getting that chest floor up in him just a little bit better, shorten his blade, just change him and make him just a little bit showier out here. But one, again, you really have to appreciate, again, for how square and how opened up and how muscular that he is. We had our last class here we just got done talking about, and this is really probably the most expressive one and really good in terms of his rack shape, really dimensional as you progress on back, really opens up into a really wide loin and upper hip and dock set there. You can see the amount of muscle from the profile, really got a lot when you step in behind him. He's probably the one in my mind, if you combine the two in front of him, he combines some width and dimension in terms of a three-dimensional look, and one with still got some build and quality to him. At times, like he is right now, he's not want to cooperate for the young lady, so there's a little bit of an issue in terms, I think, of his front third, the way his neck ties in there, but again, that's getting awful picky on a good one. So in my mind, and then we got our second place over there that is one, again, that's really square made, and we talked it in the class as one we wanted to shallow up and make just a little bit shorter in that blade, a little neater through that front end. So in my mind, I think a really competitive group out here. I think I've sorted the better ones to the top end. It really just comes down to personal preferences in my mind. I think, again, there's one out here just ties all the pieces together the best for me. You guys give them a round of applause. I'll show which one that is, and we'll pull up second place, get your reserve.
Your champion lightweight blackface comes from class number 3. That is entry 730 from Anna Vetter with a weight of 120 pounds. Rolling into consideration for reserve will be the second place from class number 3. That is Kaylin Toll. Your reserve champion lightweight comes from class number 2. That is entry 919 from Harper Toll with a weight of 114 pounds. Coming in the ring at this time is our first class of our middleweight division of Blackface Lambs, Class 5104. We have 18 exhibitors. We have Bella Campbell, Coy Poole, Cal Sidwell, Ryan Velarde, Aiden Miller, Riker Smith, Madison Britton, Boston Bangert, Jackson Samber, Luke Fisher, Jaslyn Gemarillo, Heidi Barr, Presley Montgomery, Dylan Reno, Lucinda Mears, Taylor Tribbett, Charlie Kendrick, and Michaela Thiel. This is your first class of middleweight Blackface Lambs with a weight of 122 to 125 pounds. Once again, our judge for today's contest is Mr. Gene Wynn. And we want to give a special thanks to NJC's livestock judging team as they are helping keep the ring moving, as well as all the other staff and coordinators and superintendents keeping the show going. So we appreciate everyone participating and helping out during the 2023 Lamb Show.
Well, once again, some really good showers out here. Let's give them a round of applause, please, if you would.
We'll make our second call for our black-faced lambs for the middleweight division. Please report to the holding ring. If you're standing inside the barn here, please report to the holding ring. Second class, 5105 of your middleweights. Please report to the holding ring. Final call for our second class of middleweights. Please report to the holding ring. Final call, class number 2 of middleweights.
probably the most challenging pair I think I've had today in terms of the way I want to sort them. I know it's a kind of cliche to say, but if you could combine these two, I would really have the one I like. That doesn't mean I don't like both of them. I do. Both of them have got some things that I'd like to change about them, and so that's what makes it a challenge. I think from different perspectives, you want to start with each one of them. I think it gets really close in my mind. You step off and look at them. I think the one that starts the class is the one that you like from a two-dimensional perspective. You start at the ground. That dude is as big-footed and big-boned as we've seen all day today. Really elevated and tall-shouldered. You like that about him. Really neat in his chest floor. I think he puts the pieces together in a smooth package. Handles good down his top side. I think his loin edge is really good. And you step around in front of him, surprisingly, besides chest being up in him really good, he's got some width of chest. So my issue with him, though, is when you step in directly behind him of our top two, he's the one that wants to just funnel down just a little bit on me. He's the one that wants to get just a little narrower, tracking away from me in comparison to the one that's in second. But I think he's more elevated, neater chested, and probably just dialed in just a notch better today on that top side in comparison between the two of them. The one that comes second, he's expansive down his top side. I mean, he's pulled apart, really opened up. That's where he's got an advantage over the class winner, and I like that. I like how he's expansive down that top side all the way out through the upper part of his hip and pin set there. Really, really good. I don't think he's quite as good in terms of his feet and legs. I think he's acceptable. I think the real difference for me, he doesn't handle quite as good in his edges. You get in right behind him, you handle him down low. He doesn't have the lower leg shape and stifle shape that the one that comes above him today, but that's a really good sheep to come in second, and a lot of things I can appreciate in that lamb there that young man's driving today. I think, again, when you get over here into third and fourth, I think it gets a little tighter. The one that comes in third, I think, handles just a little square and truer down his top side. Really good from his last rib back. I'd like to make him a notch better up through that front third. Again, I think he just gets a little longer bladed and a little deeper chested, doesn't balance up quite as well as the sheep above him today, but one that the young man's really got him dialed in right in terms of his condition and touch and handle. The one that comes next, I told the young man, like him from his last rib back. I think this is one, again, that you can appreciate the length of hip, the turn to his lower stifle. He's got nice rack shape. He's one who wants to get just a little lower fronted, a little more conventional to that front third. Just won't relax out here for the young man. I think he's got a lot of good pieces. One that we just like to make him a little more up fronted, make him a little neater up through that front third. Run out the class with one. A young lady, again, does a nice job of getting him up fronted, driving up into her. One that's tall shouldered. He's the one of our top five here that's the narrowest made, flatter made one, but he's certainly one that touches right today. She's got him right in terms of his touch and handle. Good class. Congratulations.
Your results from your first class of middleweight blackface lambs. 10th place, Heidi Barr of Pueblo. 9th place, Michaela Thiel of Fort Morgan. 8th place, Taylor Tribbett of Sterling. 7th place, Bella Campbell of Julesburg. 6th place, Riker Smith of Montrose. 5th place, Lucinda Merez of Julesburg. 4th place, Aiden Miller of Brush. 3rd place, Charlie Kendrick of Otis. 2nd place, Jackson Samber of Atwood. And your class winner, Cal Sidwell of Gill. Up next into the ring will be our second class of middleweight blackface lambs. Within this second class, we have entries from Penny Barr, Jace Begay, Tinley Burr, Bella Campbell, Garrett Cloward, Addison Kessinger, McCrae McLennan, Cade Simpson, Siri Tillman, Harper Toll, Ellie Carvis, Piper Joe Hickey, Colin Strimling, Carson Fetzer, Sydney Miller, TJ Rumsey, and Sophia Samber. This is your second class of middleweight blackface lambs with a weight of 126 to 128 pounds.
Well, once again, I think a really competitive class. I think the better built ones over here. We're going to go ahead and let these young people go, but if you would, let's give them a big round of applause.
Second call. Second call for the middleweights class number 3. Please report to the holding ring, class 5106, which is class number 3. Please make your way into the holding ring.
Well, at least in my mind, the toughest class I've had to sort today. And I'll be the first to tell you, there's some sheep on down here in the top 5 that I like a lot of things about them. You can jumble these around. There's a combination, and you just can't get it perfect in them. The one we're going to start off with, he's not the EST anywhere. He's not the most in anything. I just read him as probably the most fault-free one. He'll get out and move for me. He's flexible. He's muscular. He still balances up good enough for me. He still handles good enough for me. He needs to get stuck right there. I think he proportions good enough for me. Is he the shallowest chested, most angular one on the profile? No, but he's certainly, again, as I said, probably the one in my mind that probably puts the most good together without any great big holes in him. And the one that comes second, if this sheep could get out and move, I think he could win the class. He just doesn't want to work for the young man today. If he would, that might change things greatly. He's not the biggest boned or biggest footed. I think he's adequate from that standpoint. His look and his profile's really good. He may be even a touch harsh today. Could be a little bit softer in his look. But I think his build, his muscularity is extremely good. He just doesn't want to get out and move today. That makes it a tough decision for me. He's going to land in second. The one here that comes third, this one's just a little more opened up than the one that's behind him in fourth. He's still one that's elevated. Again, I think he's one that proportions out good. He's still muscular. He doesn't handle as good down his top side as the 2 sheep in front of him. His loin edge is set lower. He gets rounder in that loin. Maybe gets just a notch plainer in that forerib as well. But I like his elevation, like his feet and legs, and I still think I like the lower part of his leg. Just more opened up in comparison to the one here that comes fourth. This one, from a 2-dimensional perspective, might be as good as any of them out here. He might be the tallest fronted one. He might be the one that's probably elevated and good build. It's just when you rotate around on this one from a 3-dimensional look, you start to study him, and you get in behind of all 3 or 4 of them that are in front of him, 3 of them that are in front of him. He's the one that just gets flatter and narrower. Love his elevation, love his build. I just want to pry him open, make him a little rounder bodied, a little more opened up. I think that'd change everything on this particular sheep in terms of running him up higher as well. We round out the class here with one that's certainly opened up and round bodied and really got a lot of dimension from front to rear. This one gets plainer in his overall look. He gets plainer in his muscle shape as well. When you get over the top side, he's not as shapely in that rack. Again, he's one that gets just a little bit lower fronted, not as good in terms of his blade length and his chest floor. But again, I think a very competitive class. Let's give him a round of applause if you would.
Your results from the second class of middleweight blackface lambs. In 10th place, Sidney Miller of Brush. 9th place, Piper Joe Hickey of Snyder. 8th place, Bella Campbell of Julesburg. 7th place, Harper Toll of Carr. 6th place, Addison Kessinger of Akron. 5th place, Ellie Carvis of Hudson. 4th place, McCrae McLennan of Byers. 3rd place, Carson Fetzer of Kersey. 2nd place, Jace Begay of Pierce. And your class winner, Cade Simpson of Alt. Set to enter the ring at this time will be our 3rd class of middleweight division blackface. Within this class, we have 20 exhibitors. We have Harper Toll, Addison Kessinger, Teo Winden, Cameron Sharp, Laramie Sexton, Tobin Prebish, Luke Fisher, Dalton Demers, Cal Sidwell, Tessa Delmore, Owen Davis, Peyton Montgomery, Piper Joe Hickey, Braylon Candelaria, Emily Seeger, Emily Samber, Taylor Tribbett, Rafael Gonzalez, Morgan Britton, and Dalton Carpenter. This is your 3rd class of middleweights with a weight range of 129 to 130 pounds. Attention, everyone. There you have a phone that has been turned in. It looks like somebody is trying to find it. We do have it. It was in the livestock office, but now it is up here at the announcer's table. There is supposedly a cute couple on the front, and it looks to be an iPhone. So if it is yours, it has been turned in, so please come collect it. Thank you.
Once again, a very competitive class. If you would, let's give these young people a round of applause.
At this time, we'll go ahead and make our second call for our final class of middleweights. If you have not done so, please make your way into the holding ring. Any parents or exhibitors that have goats, this is your last call for processing of goats and dairy goats that is taking place on the north end of the barns. So please, if you have not done so, please get your animals processed. Thank you. Final call for your fourth and final class, 5107 of middleweight black-faced lambs. If you haven't already done so, please report to the holding ring. Your class is up next. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Parker Wright, please report to the processing facilities. You need to have your goat processed. Again, Parker Wright, you are the last exhibitor that we need to have processed, so please make your way over to the processing facility. Thank you.
Might be as fun a pair to compare back and forth as I've had today. I like to compare these two because I think they're both high quality lambs and really built really good from a skeletal standpoint. I think both of them really have the pieces put together extremely well. I'll tell you how I see it, the differences between them, but I think they both balance out really good. I think they both have got a great show ring look to them. I think they're both muscular. For me, the one that wins the class, if you study him from a three-dimensional perspective, he beats the one in second. He's the one that's more opened up to his chest. He's rounder in his rib and body there. He's more expansive coming down his top line and out through his upper hip. And I think he's got more dimension when you get directly behind him in the lower portion of his leg from stifle to stifle. I realize, again, that's picky because both of them are up front and really good-looking sheep. But for me, I like sheep if I can get them really good looking to be busted open and square made and expansive down their top side. And then as you walk them away, this one's square and hits the ground wider than the one that comes in second. The one that comes in second, as I said, he's another tall fronted, really good looking one. This young man shows the fire out of him and gets everything he can out of him. I mean, that's a good built, smooth made sheep right there. And I don't know a lot of times if he gets beat. He gets beat today because I think we got one. It's just got a little more skeletal width. He's just a little rounder, more three-dimensional for me today. That's a good sheep that comes second. Real square made, really opened up sheep here that comes third. And he's not the best looking one out here, I'll tell you that. But I think when she steps away from him, lets his front end come up in him, when you put the power that sheep's got, the correctness in terms of his touch and handle, I think he's got to work his way up here in the top three. I think comparing him to the fourth place, just wider, square, and truer down his top side in comparison to this one that comes in fourth. One that comes in fourth, really good in terms of foot and bone. One that's got a nice look to him as well. It's just when you get over the top side of that one, he's not as opened up. He's not as expansive through the middle portion of his body. He's certainly not as square right out through his hip and dock as the one standing in front of him. Round out the class again with another power wagon here. Really opened up, really square made. We just need to put that one in a better package, make that one a little taller fronted, better looking out here to make him more competitive in this class. Again, I think a very nice class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Your results from the third class of middleweight black-faced lambs. In 10th place, Emily Samber of Atwood. 9th place, Tobin Prebish of Loveland. 8th place, Dalton Carpenter of Elizabeth. 7th place, Emily Seeger of Monte Vista. 6th place, Tessa Delmore of Wellington. 5th place, Teo Winden of Hudson. 4th place, Piper Joe Hickey of Snyder. 3rd place, Addison Kessinger of Akron. 2nd place, Cal Sidwell of Gill, Colorado. And your class winner is Harper Toll of Carr. Set to enter the ring at this time will be the fourth and final class of middleweight black-faced lambs. Coming in the ring at this time is our fourth and final class, Class 5107. We have 20 exhibitors. We have Gabe Leonhardt, Jayleanne Gonzalez, Ellie Carvis, Aiden Robinson, Jackson Samber, Sawyer Phipps, Rhett Fisher, Michaela Thiel, Aiden Robinson, Bella Campbell, Janelle Christie, Tinley Burr, Cade Simpson, Trent Mock, Paxton Pettinger, Rory Tillman, Kaylin Toll, Taylor Wiedemann, Blake Herrera, and Tessa Delmore. This is your completed class with a weight range of 131 to 133 pounds.
Okay, once again, if you would, show these young people your appreciation by giving them a round of applause, please.
Once again, for any exhibitors for goats, the weigh tickets are due near the livestock office. There is a table, and they are closing at noon, so you have less than 30 minutes, less than 27 minutes to be exact, to get your weigh tickets turned into the table next to the livestock office. Final call, if we could have all of our first and seconds from the middleweight divisions, classes 1 through 4, please make your way to the holding ring and inside the holding ring. Again, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 of middleweights, first and seconds, make your way to the holding ring.
I like this one quite a bit. I think this one puts it together in a really good package, but yet he's a three-dimensional lamb. He's one that, you can see how good looking he is when he hits the ring out here on the go. She gets him propped up. I think he puts the pieces together extremely well. You break him down, he's good-chested. He's tall at the top side of his blades there. Extremely good down his top line and level out through his hip. He's one, again, that just puts it together in a really smooth package. You get over the top side, front of him, behind him, you really appreciate how opened up he is with that kind of a look. Really good on his feet and legs. That's a nice one to start the class with. Come with one, again, that's built similar in terms of elevation. One, again, that you like that. One that handles with some shape coming out of his blades into his rack. He's not as opened up and through the middle part of his body is the one that wins the class, and you progress back on that one. He's not as expansive coming down his top side there as the one. He maybe gets just a little closed in right out through his dock there. Really good turn to his lower stifle, just not as expansive and opened up as the one that comes in front of him. If you like one that's opened up and square made and lots of power, that's the one here in third. I like the squareness. I like the correctness in this one. He's just showing a touch of maturity out here today. Really handles correct in terms of that condition. He's the deeper ribbed, a little longer bladed, but he's super good on his feet and legs, really good in his lines from that perspective. I think a really fundamentally sound one here that works up in top three. The one that comes next, if you could just take him from his last rib back, that one you really like a lot. Really got some length of hip, nice turn to his lower stifle, handles really good. He's one that when you start to get up to the front third and you get over the top side of him, he's bolder, more opened up in the lower portion of his shoulder, opens up on the top side of his blades more than I'd like to see. Maybe gets just a little bit shorter necked as well, but you sure like that last rib back in that one. We come over here and we round out the class with one again that probably is a little bit stellar in terms of his touch today, or look, I should say. His touch is pretty good, but he's not quite as wide and expansive down that top side as the ones in front of him today. You get him on the profile, I don't think he proportions and balances as good as the ones that were up in front of him today. Again, nice class. Congratulations.
Your results from the fourth and final class of middleweights: in 10th place, Tessa Delmore of Wellington. 9th place, Jackson Samber of Atwood. 8th place, Bella Campbell of Julesburg. 7th place, Aiden Robinson of Johnstown. 6th place, Gabe Leonhardt of Yuma. 5th place, Trent Mock of Franktown. 4th place, Cade Simpson of Alt. 3rd place, Sawyer Phipps of Haxton. 2nd place, Paxton Pettinger of Eaton. And your class winner, Kaylin Toll of Carr. At this time, we will bring back all of our first and second place from the middleweight division to select your champion and reserve champion middleweights. Coming in the ring at this time is your first place recipients. From Class 1, we have Cal Sidwell. Class 2, Cade Simpson. Class 3, Harper Toll. And Class 4, Kaylin Toll. Coming in the ring at this time will be your second place from Class 1, Jackson Samber. From Class 2, Jace Begay. From Class 3, Cal Sidwell. And from Class 4, Paxton Pettinger. while our judge Gene Wynn continues to evaluate our middleweight champion drive, Colorado State University is a proud partner of the Colorado State Fair. Joining us here today in Commissioner Row is some CSU dignitaries. We have Cathay Reynolds, the interim VP for Engagement and Extension. We have Lindsay Shirley, AVP for Engagement and Extension. We also have CJ Mucklow and his wife Nancy. CJ is the Director of Field Operations. And we also have the newly positioned Don Thorne, the Manager of External Relations for rural Colorado. Special thanks to Colorado State University for being a proud partner of the Colorado State Fair. At this time, we want to make a second call for our first class of medium heavies. Second call, medium heavies, please report to the holding rig. Thank you.
Well, I get to the second division, and I really think it's a competitive group out here. Certainly some differences between them. We'll talk about them, but I think a very competitive group, and I think these young people deserve a round of applause. So if you would, let's give them one. Really competitive Division II drive here. First class winner, this is the one that, if you allow me to say this, I know this is a market show. We judge them today as a market show. If you want to project that one out, I think he's got better days. I know it's a market show. He's super good looking, built extremely good. He's probably, from a foundation standpoint, as good as anything out here if you want to talk about foot size, substance, and the way he's made. I just read him as being probably the most immature looking one out here that has way better days ahead, if that's the case with him. We judge him today. I got that. That one's built extremely good. He just needs a little more internal fat on him, I think. Open him up a little bit more, smooth him out down his top line. Outstanding in terms of his build. That's the way I read him today. The one that followed him in the class we talked about as well. I think that one just a little more expansive, like we said. We said if we could put the two of them together, he's not built quite as good, but really wide and opened up down his top side, opens up into a big upper hip and pin set and dock. We come over here to the second class. Again, that was the one that, this is kind of the meat and potatoes lamb here. He combined the things. I thought he was the most fault-free in that class in terms of putting muscularity, some look together, and still being a good made one in terms of functionable. I thought he won the class. The one that came second, so when we said we wished he'd get out and move better. He handles extremely expressive and shapely today. Again, I think that's one you'd really wish that he'd pick his head up and go. The third class is one that we talked about. That's a really good-looking one. If you talk about skeletal build, I think, again, you can draw a picture. That's the way you'd like to see them. Tall, shouldered, good down and flexible down their top side. Neck sits right on top of its blades. Really good in terms of feet and legs. Is it as round-bodied maybe as a couple of them out here? Now, I don't know that I would say that he's flat, but he's probably maybe not as shapely coming out of his blades into his rack there, and therefore maybe he doesn't look as round-bodied. But I think he is good in terms of that perspective. Second place I thought was very competitive behind him. That's a really muscular, good-looking lamb as well. Maybe one is not quite as good in terms of his chest in comparison to the class winner. And then our last class winner, one again that I guess if I compared him to the other four, is you study him from the front and you study him from a three-quarter angle, I read him as being the most opened up one. I think he, if you study him in the lower part of his skeleton and his chest there, really pulled apart good. When he tracks away from you, he hits the ground with some width. Really, you study him through the center portion of his body. He's got it there as well. And then when you step off and you look at him, I think he puts it together in a nice package in terms of being elevated, not the tallest at the top part of his blade, but still elevated and still good in terms of his outline and his balance and his proportionality. You get your hands on him. Again, I think he's got some shape coming out of his blades. He's got a nice turn, a nice dimension through the center portion of his leg there. Maybe not as opened up right at the top part of his rump there as a couple of them, but again, I think one that puts it together in a really nice package. Again, the one that came second, I think pushed that one pretty hard. He's not quite as round and opened up coming out of his blade into his body there. He's one that gets a notch plainer from that perspective, but then one that's real muscular and handles with a lot of shape and a lot of dimension. So in my mind, hey, this is a really competitive group out here. I think you could go a couple of three different ways. It's my perspective today. I think these young people have done a great job. I'll go show you the one I like the best, and we'll pull up our second and get you a reserve. You guys give them one more round of applause, if you would, please.
Your champion middleweight blackface comes from class number 4. That is entry 918 from Kalen Toll. Rolling into consideration for your reserve will be the second place from class number 4. That is Paxton Pettinger. At this time, final call for the first class of medium heavies. Final call. Also, any GOAT exhibitors, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining to turn in your weight cards. 5 minutes remaining. Your reserve champion middleweight blackface comes from class number 1. That is entry 1035 from Cal Sidwell. Bear with us here, folks, as we get ready for the next class of medium heavies. We have taken a pause break for our judge to grab himself some water and use the facilities. So give us just a few minutes here and we'll get back started. While we do have a break in the action here, we do want to remind every exhibitor that if they wish to partake in the Premier Exhibitor Competition, that will be hosted here at 3 p.m. in the Livestock Pavilion. Again, 3 p.m., the Premier Exhibitor Competition will meet here for any exhibitor that has made sale and wishes to participate in that Premier Exhibitor Competition. All right, we're going to welcome everybody back to some action here. Coming into the ring at this time is our first class of medium heavies, class 5108. Within this class, we have Hayden Gallus, Ryan Mergelman, Rachel Seeger, Emily Samber, Penny Barr, Cal Sidwell, Jace Begay, Rafael Gonzalez, Kaysen Candelaria, Jackson Samber, Laramie Sexton, Milo Kendrick, Cash Campbell, Aiden Miller, Caden Healy Mitchell, Aiden Robinson, Jayleanne Gonzalez, Cole Spurlock, and Harper Toll. We have 19 exhibitors with a weight range on their animals from 134 to 136 pounds.
Once again, join me and show these young people how much you appreciate their effort out here today. I certainly do.
Second call for our second class of medium heavies. Second call for medium heavies. Please make your way into the holding ring. Thank you. Attention lamb exhibitors. If you have participated in today's show and you have placed fourth and below and you have no other animals to show, you can seek out a grounds release for your tack and your animals. We have a gentleman by the name of Ryan Hudson who is standing over next to the restrooms and the livestock office. He is wearing a Hawaiian shirt. He is the one to seek out for a grounds release. So again, any exhibitor that wishes to leave, if you have a fourth and below animal, seek out Mr. Ryan Hudson over next to the restrooms inside the livestock pavilion. Final call for the second class of medium heavies. Final call, class 5109. Please report to the holding ring. Thank you.
Well, another fun class here to line up. In my mind, these top three have got a lot of quality to them. They're muscular sheep. They got some substance to them. They're stout, rugged-looking ones, and yet they look like show lambs. One that starts the class, I think he's the truest one. And what I mean by truest one is how his skeleton sets out on the corners like I want him to. You get over the top side of him and you study him. He's really opened up. He's a little deceptive from that standpoint because he is so smooth and good looking on the profile. You get over top side, he's round, he's opened up, and then you study how his front legs drop out of his body down to the ground. Back legs the same way. They're out there on the corners like you want them to be, or at least like I want them to be. Same thing around the front side of him in terms of his width of chest, and his blade length is good. The smoothness, the way it comes into that center body, all that comes together really good. I think he's good on his feet and legs as well. He sure doesn't disappoint you when you get your hands on him. I think he is the best one out here in terms of composition, the way he handles today, right in terms of freshness, right in terms of condition. He's right on the money. Hey, this is a really good-looking one here in terms of build quality that comes second. If you want one that just is elevated, real white-featured, good-looking one, this young lady brings a really nice one from that perspective, and that's a good sheep. Again, he's one that's good and shallow in his chest. He's angular. You like all those things about him. He's got the most amount of condition of the top three here. Let that slide a little bit because I think it's still acceptable. He's just a really good-looking one when you step off and stand and study him here on the profile. You get over the top side of him, that's where I want to pick on him a little bit. I think in this class, he comes in second pretty solidly, but I get over the top side of him. He's the one that wants to come in the lower one-third of his skeleton, just get a little narrow through that lower one-third, whether you're studying him from the front or starting from behind. I think, again, outstanding the way he's made. I think he's got an adequate amount of muscle, just like to open him up, round him up, and make him a little more dimensional in terms of a skeleton. The sheep that comes next, the young lady leads out. That one is. That one's more opened up and rounder bodied, and she's got him dialed in. Doesn't want to cooperate quite as well today. I don't read him as being as shallow and short there in terms of the way his neck and blade ties in. But again, I think from his last rib back, that's a really good one. Really love the length of hip, the turn to his stifle, and how he's put together and how he's opened up. Again, I think he's very deserving to be here in the top three. We come over here into fourth and fifth. I think we start to get into some lambs that get just a little bit piecier, not quite as smooth in their build. The one that comes in fourth, just a little fresher handling, a little more correct in his hip loin in comparison to the one that's in fifth. Again, I think he just gets a little longer in his blade, a little deeper in his chest as well. And then we round out the class with a real hampy one here that, again, just a little stellar to the touch, not as fresh in his loin. One, again, that you'd like to open him up through his front third. Nice class. Congratulations.
Your results from the first class of medium-heavy blackface lambs. 10th place, Cole Spurlock of Colorado Springs. 9th place, Jackson Samber of Atwood. 8th place, Rachel Seeger of Monta Vista. 7th place, Aiden Robinson of Johnstown. 6th place, Milo Kendrick of Otis. 5th place, Caden Healy Mitchell of Wiggins. 4th place, Aiden Miller of Brush. 3rd place, Hayden Gallus of Yuma. 2nd place goes to Harper Toll of Carr. And your class winner from Gill, Colorado is Cal Sidwell. Coming into the ring at this time is class number 2 of your medium-heavy division. Within this class, we have 19 exhibitors. Gabe Leonhardt, Janelle Christie, Elena Mock, Lauren Spate, Tobin Prebish, Sydney Wadaway, Marianne Fassett, Adley True, Lexi Vrabick, Addison Pint, Ainsley Kramer, Piper Joe Hickey, J.C. Pettinger, Tegan Gallus, Addison McWhirter, Rafael Gonzalez, Dean Stafford, Rory Tillman, and Keely Langford. This completes your class. This class has a weight range of 137 to 139 pounds. Once again, any lamb exhibitors looking for dismissal from the grounds, you can get a release ticket for Mr. Ryan Hudson, who is sitting and now standing over at the table next to the restrooms in the livestock office in a Hawaiian shirt. Please seek out a release if you have placed fourth and below.
Once again, join me and give these kids a round of applause, you will, as they leave the ring.
Second call for the third class of medium heavies. Second call, please report to the holding ring. Final call for your third class of medium heavies. Please make your way into the holding ring if you have not done so already. Final call, third class of medium heavies.
Well, I think, again, another fun class to line up. I think these top three are pretty competitive, all five of them, but we get down to the top two here. I think they push each other pretty hard. I think both of them handle really good. They're right in terms of their condition. They're a little bit different kinds of lambs. I think they're the two highest quality ones out here, but I think they're a little bit different. And for me, I just, again, if you get over the top side of the one that wins the class and you study this one in terms of his skeletal roundness, width, and expansion down the top side, and again, how he carries it to the ground, he's the one that's most opened up. And yet when I step off and I study him on the profile, he might have a little more belly in him, but yet he's still angular. He still looks like a show lamb. He's still elevated top side of his blade. His length of the neck is still adequate. He's still good in terms of his angles and feet and legs to the ground, and certainly has enough muscle. He's one that's got a lot of shape coming out of his rack into his top line there. I think that's just a really nice lamb that fits me just a notch better in terms of the way I like him to win this class. Young lady really got a nice lamb though that comes second, and he's probably the tallest and most elevated one out here in this top 5. But he also is one, to me, if you study him, he's the longest bladed one, and therefore he gets just a little flatter in his forerib there. I don't think he opens up quite as well as the one that stands in front of him. Although he has tremendous shape down his top side, he's another one that's wide and thick and opens up really good. And you can see he's got a really good hip, lower leg in him is right, one that's really good in his lines. I just like to make him a little rounder in his forerib, maybe shallow him in his chest or tuck it up just a little bit. That's getting awful picky on a really nice sheep there that this young lady brings us here in second. Next young lady's got the power one. If you want one that's, again, really opened up, square made, really got a lot of muscle shape, you can probably see that from about anywhere you're standing or sitting. That dude's got a lot of power to him. He just gets a little more conventional through that front third. He's not as unique and special in terms of elevation and length of blade, length of neck, so therefore he's not as unique through that front third, but that one's still, I think, in this particular class is good enough in his overall balance and how he proportions out, and he brings that with a lot of power and a lot of shape. Next two sheep probably get just a little plainer for me in terms of the way they're made. The blue sheep, he's a little more shapely and a little more correct in his loin there in comparison to the one that we round the class out with. You study that one, though, he gets tighter in his forerib, gets narrow in the lower 1/3 of his skeleton. Really like his lines. Again, I think he's got muscle laid on him in the right places, just like to make him better up through that front third. Round the class out with another fresh handling, good touching one. Again, I think this one just gets plainer on the profile, doesn't balance up again, but he's one that's busted open, certainly got a lot of muscle as well. I think this was a very nice class. Let's give these young people a round of applause if you would.
Your results from Class 2 of your medium heavy division blackface lambs. 10th place, Keely Langford of Fort Morgan. 9th place, Tobin Prebish of Loveland. 8th place, Addison McWhorter of Kiowa. 7th place, Piper Joe Hickey of Schneider. 6th place, Sydney Woodowie of Fort Collins. 5th place, Lauren Spate of Delta. 4th place, Lexi Vrebeck of Colorado Springs. 3rd place, Adley True of Alt. 2nd place goes to J.C. Pettinger of Eaton, and your class winner, Elena Mock of Franktown. Set to enter the ring at this time will be our 3rd class of your medium heavyweight division blackface lambs. This is Class 5110. We have 18 exhibitors. We have Kelsey Douglas, Torin Nagabauer, Kaylin Toll, Jace Begay, Carson Fetzer, Cal Sidwell, Addison Kessinger, Caden Healy Mitchell, Blake Herrera, Anna Vetter, Marianne Fassett, Rhett Fisher, Ellie Carvis, Lexi Vrebeck, Jocelyn Fuller, Elena Mock, Sydney Hawker, and Taylor Weideman. This is your completed class with a weight of 140 to 142 pounds.
once again, let's show these kids our appreciation for them getting out here today and working.
Second call for your fourth and final class of medium heavies. Please make sure that you have reported to the holding ring. Fourth class of medium heavies, second call. Final call for your last class of medium heavies. Final call. Please make your way into the holding ring if you haven't done so already.
Well, I guess in my mind, in this particular class, an easy decision for me. I like this rascal here. I mean, you want to talk about one that's really busted open, round-bodied, opened up, three-dimensional, and still got a heck of a good look. That guy's got it. I mean, he is stout at the ground. I like that about him. I think, again, you step off, you study him, he's still elevated enough, he's still angular enough, he still puts it together smooth enough, and he sure doesn't disappoint you when you get over the top side and you study him. Again, in terms of the way he drops out of the top side to the ground, he's made right from that particular standpoint. That's a very nice one to lead this class off with. I think it's maybe just a little bit tighter between second and third, but I like the extra extension that we got in the second place one in comparison to third one. I think he's a little taller fronted and maybe just a little slighter, neater chested and better bodied in comparison to the one that comes in third. I like his feet underneath him, his foot and bone in terms of substance. You study him and you get on top of him. He's the one that wants to just narrow up in that lower one-third of his skeleton just a little bit, but that's, again, picking on a very nice one that comes in there second. A really good handling one here. This young man's got this one dialed in really, really good today. Handles extremely good. And one that I guess if you study that one from his last rib back, again, I like him. I like the way he carries his muscle down in the lower portion of his leg there. I like the way he looks from behind. I like it when I get my hands on him as well. Get up the front end, I think he gets just a little more conventional in terms of his length of neck, the way it sets on top of his blade, and again, the depth in his foreribs. So front third in that sheep, I think, needs to be made just a little bit better. And if we could do that, maybe we move him up a little higher in the class. We come over to fourth and fifth, and again, I think we start to get into a couple of lambs. They still have some quality to them. They still got some muscularity to them, but they're not putting it together in as neat a package as the ones above them. The one here in fourth, a little bit better in terms of his chest, a little more angular on his profile in comparison to the one that comes in fifth, but just gets a little rougher down his top line, a little frailer at the ground in comparison to the ones that are above it today. We round out the class with a really powerful individual here in fifth, really square-made, really opened up. Again, that's one that's just showing us signs of maturity and just getting a little too boxy in terms of his front third. Nice class. Congratulations.
Your results from your third class of medium heavies. 10th place, Lexi Vrebeck of Colorado Springs. 9th place, Caden Healy Mitchell of Wiggins. 8th place, Taylor Wiedemann of Eaton. 7th place, Addison Kessinger of Akron. 6th place, Ellie Carvis of Hudson. 5th place, Elena Mock of Franktown. 4th place, Anna Vetter of Bennett. 3rd place, Jace Begay of Pierce. 2nd place, Kaylin Toll of Carr. And your class winner from Gill, Cal Sidwell. Coming in the ring at this time is your fourth and final class of medium heavies. Within this class, we have 19 exhibitors. We have J.C. Christie, Tanner Prebish, Keely Langford, Paxton Pettinger, Tegan Gallus, Emma Constable, David Vetter, Cole Spurlock, Brock Fassett, Echo Bartels, Cade Simpson, Abigail Baumann, Cadence Hanhart, Trent Mock, Laramie Sexton, Riker Smith, Lakin Nigebauer, Sawyer Phipps, and Alex Tweeton. This is your completed class, class 5111, with a weight range of 143 to 146 pounds. Once again, lamb exhibitors, if you have an animal that has placed fourth and below, there is a gentleman who is in a Hawaiian shirt sitting over at a table next to the restrooms and the livestock office, who seems to have nothing to do other than write releases for animals. So if any exhibitor or parent seeks a release for their animals, go see Mr. Ryan Hudson in the Hawaiian shirt over at the west end of the building. Thank you. Attention to Barnes, attention to Barnes. We have some vehicles that need to move immediately. We have license plates for all vehicles. So if you have a license plate of DNZ S69, a Colorado plate, please move your truck. We also have a Texas vehicle that says 1XC507. We have a Wyoming license plate with 294036. We have a Colorado license plate of 512RXS. We have a New Jersey license plate, N85KLP. We have a Tennessee license plate of BCH4574. All of those vehicles we need you to move as soon as possible, otherwise we will move them for you. At this time, we're going to make our second call for our first and seconds from our medium heavy divisions, classes 1, 2, and 3. First and seconds, please report to the holding ring. Attention exhibitors for the Hogs. Premier exhibitor competition. We have been told it will be 4 o'clock or immediately after the Lamb Drive, whichever one comes first, inside here, inside the Livestock Pavilion. Also another schedule update. The Livestock Judging Awards will be in here in the Livestock Pavilion, presented inside the ring, between the conclusion of our heavyweight drive and the start of our overall championship drive. Final call for our first and seconds to return from classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 from the medium heavy divisions. We will need first and seconds to return to the holding ring at this time. Final call.
I think another one of those classes that, at least for me anyway, has some challenges in it. You know, the blue sheep here gets just a little bit hard to read at times because of his blotchiness, but that's one powerful individual. I think he actually looks better when you just step off of him and let him stand there, and you can see how his chest and blade and everything starts to come and lay into him better. Because when you combine that kind of power and still enough look to him and enough of that completeness through the front third, then I think you got one that's going to be really competitive. You know, I mean, if I wanted to change him just in terms of making him just a little bit better, I'd probably, you know, make that color pattern a little better, but that might be just tuck that chest forward a little bit and extend that neck out just a little bit. But that's one that opens up down the top side, really powerful and wide right out through the last third there. He's one that maintains his width when you put him on the move in terms of hitting the ground square and wide. He's one, again, that maintains himself on the profile when he's on the go as well. So that one was probably the easier decision for me, because after that, I think it became a challenge where you wanted to you put your emphasis, because it was some give and take. You know, the sheep that comes next, I think, is a pretty fault-free one. He's like another sheep or two today that we talked about not having the EST. He's none of those, but he's probably the most complete one. If you study him in terms of a skeletal perspective, again, how his feet or how his legs and feet drop to the ground, and how they tie in and relate to the top side of him as well. I think he puts all that together. His length of neck, his balance, his profile's all really good. Is he the most shapely? No, but I can tell you that he opens up the best coming out of his his blades into his rack. He progresses with the width down the top side and right out through the rump, and that's where he excels over the one here that comes in third. If you want to say the one in third's got a little more foot and substance, I'm not going to argue with you. I like that about that particular sheep. Young man's got this one dialed in extremely well in terms of touch and handle today. He's the one that when you start to study him, I think he's not as opened up top to bottom and front to rear. And he's the one, again, when you run your hand, he's down his top. He's shapely, but he wants to come out of his rack or his blades and narrow up just a little bit. Gets a little PC right there in his back area. And then as he progresses right out through his dock, he wants to narrow up just a little bit in comparison to the sheep that are in front of him today. Young lady does a great job of sticking this one, and this is the tall fronted one of the group out here. Really elevated, good looking from that perspective. This one hit me pretty hard when he come in the ring from a two-dimensional perspective. He simply gets to be too flat and narrow in terms of his overall makeup in comparison to ones above him today. She's got him dialed in touch and handle. I just got to open this one up, prop him open, make him rounder ribbed, make him more dimensional from that perspective. And then we round out the class with another one that gave me some challenges because, again, I think this one from his last rib back is extremely good. He's certainly opened up. He's certainly good in terms of muscularity from there back. It's his front third that gives you issues. Again, I think he gets a little open in the top side of his blade, a little bolder in the lower part of his shoulder. You step around in front of that sheep, his front legs don't want to drop out of his chest like it should, and he wants to show just a little more frailness in terms of his forearm and leg there. So, again, a nice class, a very competitive one. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
Your results from the fourth and final class of your medium heavyweight black-faced lambs. In 10th place, Riker Smith of Montrose. 9th place, Paxton Pettinger of Eaton. 8th place, Tegan Gallus of Yuma. 7th place, Sawyer Phipps of Haxton. 6th place, Emma Constable of Fruta. 5th place, David Vetter of Bennett. 4th place, Echo Bartels of Loma. 3rd place, Trent Mock of Franktown. In 2nd place, Brock Fassett of Olathe. And your class winner, Cade Simpson of Alt. At this time, we will bring back all of our first and second place winners from our medium heavy classes to select your champion and reserve champion medium heavies. Coming in the ring at this time should be our first place winners from class 1 through 4. From class number 1, we have entry 1032 from Cal Sidwell. From class 2, we have entry 759 from Elena Mock. From class number 3, we have entry 1031 from Cal Sidwell. And the first place from class number 4, entry 863 from Cade Simpson. Coming through the ring at this time now is your second place winners. From Class 1, Harper Toll. Class 2, J.C. Pettinger. From Class 3, Caitlin Toll. And from Class number 4, Brock Fassett. This is your first and seconds for your medium heavyweight champion division drive. Once again, the judge for today's contest is Mr. Gene Wynn. Over the past 30 years, Gene has had the pleasure of working with Junior Showman and supporting the youth livestock programs as a teacher, sheep breeder, judge, and a dad. He has earned his bachelor's and master's degree in agricultural extension education from the New Mexico State University. His degrees lead to a career as an ag educator and ag extension and 4-H agent and a county director for the New Mexico Cooperative Extension Service. We appreciate Mr. Wynn judging today's contests.
Well, let's put your hands together and give these young people a big round of applause. I think for a medium-heavy division, they push themselves pretty hard. I think, again, every class, first and seconds, were quality ones. Those seconds pushed these first places really hard, I thought. I get them back out here, I think the same thing. I think that the quality first and second in each one of them is really tough. We're getting into the heavier weights, and sometimes, you know, putting the skeletal quality and structure together with the amount of muscle you want and still have enough look and enough extension gets to be a challenge a little bit, and then keeping the condition on them right as well. So you have to factor all those things in together, and I think there's some similarities out here. We're making them wider and stouter and still good looking as we go along. But again, I think there's some differences. The one that wins Class 1, again, dialed in extremely good in terms of touch and handle, really right on the money, fresh handling, shapely. I still think right in terms of skeletal quality and structure. In that particular class, I think that's a taller fronted one, and maybe one is just a little shapelier down its top line in comparison to the one in second. One in second is just outstanding in terms of profile and look. One that's really angular, got a great hip and a great lower turn to that one's leg. Feet and legs are really good underneath that one. I think the flexibility on that one's good. Two things on that one. I want to elevate it a little bit through its front third, especially when you take it on the go. And one that I'd probably give a little more shape coming out of that the blade into its rack area there. Make that one just a little more shapely there. But that's picking on one that's awfully good that comes in there and second behind that one. You know, it's Class 2 winner in this division. That one hits me really hard when you study this one on the profile. I like the length of body, how that one proportions out. He's got a little more fill in him, but that's okay as long as they don't get outside the bounds. I think that one proportions and balance as good as anything out here. One that is flexible again when you take it on the go. Probably doesn't hit the ground quite as square, but he's still acceptable there for me. You know, if I really wanted to pick on him, and this is not being criticizing him too much. I'm just telling you the things maybe I would make him a little bit better. You get over the top side of that one, he's just not as dimensional as maybe the other three in terms of his skeletal width and how he's pulled apart and round-bodied. But in terms of when she takes him on the go and he's propped up, his profiles and angles and stuff and flexibility and the way he handles it all, I think is extremely good. The one in second there behind him, another high-quality one as well that handles and touches really well. Again, that was a class they pushed each other really hard. I didn't think this one was quite as good in terms of length of blade and chest floor, but last rib back, a lot of muscle, a lot of dimension in that one as well. We come over here to the next class, the third class here. We talked about that one. That's a stout dude there. You can start at the ground on that one. His foot, his bone, his substance that he possesses are outstanding. Now, that's the one when you get over the top side of him, he's really dimensional as well. One that runs uphill. You like that? You put him on the go. He hits the ground square as well. You know, he's one that you start to try to pick holes in him. Maybe he's not quite as powerful right out through his last third there, and that's not saying that he's narrow by no means, but the blue sheep behind him might be a notch square there, but he's really elevated. He's really good right up to it, and he's still level and good. I think that's a high quality one there that's awfully good, as I said, in the class. And then again, that one behind him, wow, that's a really tough one as well. A lot of power in that one in terms of just bone and foot and structure. Another one that I think is a high-quality one. Again, I thought that one was awfully good and pushed that one just not quite as good in terms of chest and front third there. Then we come over here to our last class, and the blue sheep that I said was a little harder to read, and I still think at times he's a little harder to read because of his color pattern. But like the class winner in front of him, that's one that's big and stout at the ground. He works his way up. He's opened in the lower part of his skeleton all the way to the top part. He's opened up and square made. He's probably the heaviest, pure, dense, heavy muscled sheep out here in this set medium heavy drive out here. Now, if you want to pick on him a little bit, like I said earlier or just a moment ago in the class, he's one that gets a little harder to read. Maybe I'd like to extend his neck. Young man steps off of him. No, he comes up into his front end and he comes together good, but really got to like the openness, like the class winner in front of him, really pulled apart on the top side of his skeleton and drops to the ground the way I'd like him. And finally, the second place in that class, again, it was a class that had its challenges there. I think a really complete one, and just in terms of having a lot of good pieces to him. Maybe not the ESTs, as I said in the class, but really smooth made, really honest in how he opens up and gets square and wider all the way out through his top, and one is smooth and angular on the profile. So I thought, this is probably the pushing each other in this class, this division may be the toughest one. A lot of high quality ones. Again, I think there's a pair of them out here. I'm going to study them one more time. There's a pair of them out here that I think got a lot of similarities. It just comes down to personal preferences. You guys give them one more big round of applause, and I'll show you those.
Your champion medium heavy blackface comes from class number 3. That is entry 1031 from Cal Sidwell. Rolling into consideration for reserve will be the second place from class number 3. That is Kaylin Toll. Your reserve champion medium heavy comes from class number 4. That is entry 863 from Cade Simpson. Coming into the ring at this time is now our first class of heavyweights. This is class 5112 of black-faced lambs. In this class, we have 17 exhibitors. We have Dean Stafford, Cash Campbell, Kaylin Toll, Keely Langford, Lexi Vraybeck, Jax Baca, Sadie McWhirter, Ainsley Kramer, Kaylee McGuire, Tegan Joseph, Dalton Demers, Brock Fassett, Tobin Prebish, Camden Brown, Lauren Spate, David Vetter, and Braylon Sims. This completes your class. The class has a weight range of 147 to 149 pounds. Once again, as we get deeper and deeper into the show for your lambs, if your exhibitor has placed fourth and below and you are seeking a release, you can find one. Just find a superintendent. They will issue a release, and as you are leaving, please be courteous to other exhibitors and vehicles and do not park where you're not supposed to. We appreciate that as we keep traffic moving in and out of the fairgrounds.
If you would, let's give these young people a round of applause as they leave the ring.
Second call for your second class of heavyweights. Please report to the holding ring. Attention goat exhibitors. The goat showmanship classes have been posted with inside the goat show barn, which is this barn. Those are posted at the livestock office, as well as in the goat barn. They have been posted there as well. So if you're looking for your showmanship classes, they have been posted in the livestock office as well as in the goat barn. Final call for the second class of heavyweights. Final call. Please be sure that you are in the holding ring at this time. Thank you.
Probably the most contrast between a couple of sheep I've out here today between these two. And we got a powerful individual, and then we've got one that's certainly the more athletic looking one. So there's some give and take between them. Really have to study our class winner in terms of decide if he's opened up enough for me or not. I think that he is. You study him through his chest and through his center body, and you get over the top side of him. He's got such an advantage in terms of up and outness in comparison to the second place. That's what makes it such not an obvious, but makes it such a contrast between the two of them. You study this one, though, in terms of a two-dimensional look. He's the one that's good in his outline. He's the one that's put together extremely good. His blade lays in there better. His chest four is a little better in comparison to our second place. And then I think, again, when you put him into motion, the way that he maintains the flexibility and maintains himself on the go and still hits the ground wide, I think that's what does it for me. Hey, the sheep that comes in second, the young man drives the wheels off this one. And I think this one, in terms of pure power, he's as good as anything we've seen today. I like how opened up he is on the top side of his skeleton. He's wide all the way to the ground. Great hip and lower leg in this sheep. And again, I think sometimes, when he steps off of him, he looks really good. It's when you put him in a motion, for me, that you start to see his shoulder and his front end want to fall out of him. I don't think, for me, more than anything, it's a maturity issue today. So it's two contrasting type of sheep. I think they're both extremely good. That's the way I see them today. Probably one a little more like the class winner is the one here that comes third, one that is a little more up and out. This one, like the substance of bone underneath him. I like the shape coming out of his rack. It's when you get to that hip-loin junction that I don't think this one's quite as good as the one standing in front of him. His edges aren't up in him as good. And then you start to study him and how opened up he is through the center portion of his body. That's the other place that I would change him in comparison to the two above him today. The sheep here that comes in fourth, he wants to slip past you just a little bit, but then you start to study this one. He's another one that's put together nice in terms of his smoothness, still good in his skeleton, good in his top line, adequate foot and bone underneath him, and certainly adequate amount of muscle. I simply think he balances up better than the sheep below him here, but doesn't have the power and the dimension and the width to run with the ones above him today. Then we round out the class with one again here. You like the hamp features, like the white part of him. Again, I think that's one. It's tall, good neck set in that one. Again, not as dimensional, not as shapely, and just doesn't open up as good as a sheep in front of him today. Nice class. Congratulations.
Your results from your first class of heavyweights: in 9th place, Keely Langford of Fort Morgan. 8th place, Braylon Sims of Monta Vista. 7th place, Lauren Spate of Delta. 6th place, Dalton Demers of Akron. 5th place, Lexi Vrebeck of Colorado Springs. 4th place, Brock Fassett of Olathe. 3rd place, Tegan Joseph of Eaton. 2nd place, David Vetter of Bennett. And your class winner, Kaylin Toll of Carr. Coming up in the ring at this time will now be the second class of heavyweights. This is class 51-13, blackface heavyweight lambs. We have 21 entries. Sydney Hawker, Chloe Farmer, Kaylee Landini, Bella Campbell, Torin Neubauer, Abigail Bauman, Dalton Karpner, Josie Hunt, Elena Mock, Kaylee McGuire, TJ Rumsey, Carson Sharp, Dalton Demers, Alex Tweeton, Gunnar Pint, Tessa Delmore, Mackley Sims, Ryan Mergelman, Maddie Fuller, Laramie Sexton, and Alec Baca. This is a completed class, a weight range of 150 to 158 pounds. Second call for Class 5114, the last class of heavy. Second call, Class 5114, your last and third class of your heavyweight division Blackface Lambs. Please report to the holding ring.
Another class that I think is a little challenging in terms of trying to put all the pieces together. We get into these heavier classes, and you start to get some with too much condition on them. You're starting to get a lot of maturity, and they're not as athletic looking, maybe not as shapely as well in their muscles. So it's just kind of hard to put maybe some of the pieces together. We get down here to the top 5 here, and I think the easy part for me was the young ladies' Weather that wins this class. I think he puts the most good together. You can start at the ground on that one, good on his feet and legs. You like the ruggedness and the stoutness that he possesses from that aspect. He's good in terms of his build. I think he's probably the best built one out here. You put plenty of muscle on top of it, and he certainly has that. And then he's the one, in my mind, when you put him in motion, holds it together the best. So he wins the class. Then I think it gets a little closer between second and third. Second, to me, a little more shape, a little more correct in terms of condition. I'd like to elevate him through his front end. That certainly make him a little more competitive with our class winner. He just wants to run downhill a little bit more than I'd like. But I really like the touch, really like the shape, like the freshness. I like how good his loin edge is in him. Nice lamb there, comes second. Third place, I think that's just a good, fundamentally sound one. He's not explosive or in any aspect. He's not the shapeliest down his top, but he's got expansion, width, his condition's right. He's pretty good in his lines, and so today in this particular class, I think he's a logical one to fall into third. We come over here to the fourth and fifth, we start to get ones that aren't quite as balanced up, don't proportion out quite as well, aren't as good through their front third, but I think our fourth place one, a little more elevated, little neater through that front third, but one that when you step in behind him, you want to give him more shape and dimension. Certainly coming down his top side as well, he needs more width and shape there as in addition to that. We round out the class with one that, again, I think his fundamentals are good in terms of his lines and his squareness. I think, again, he's one that we'd like to elevate, change him, and smooth him up through that front third. I think that would make him more competitive in this class. Again, very competitive class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Your results from the second class of your heavyweight division. 10th place, Ryan Mergelman from Rangeley. 9th place, Chloe Farmer of Akron. 8th place, Abigail Bauman from Marino. 7th place, Dalton Demers of Akron. 6th place, Laramie Sexton from Sterling. 5th place, TJ Rumsey of Greeley. 4th place, Bella Campbell of Julesburg. 3rd place, Carson Sharp of Ray. 2nd place, Kaylee Landini of Fruta. And your class winner, Elena Mock of Franktown. At this time, our judge has requested a bathroom break, so we will pause until he returns. In the meantime, if you are seeking a grounds release for your animals, please seek out a superintendent. Also, the Livestock Judging Awards will be taking place in between the Heavyweight Division Drive and the Overall Lamb Drive. We look to award some livestock judging. Also, the Premier Exhibitor Contest should be taking place in here at 4 or whenever the overall drive is completed, whichever one comes first. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our judge is back in the ring, so we will get started with our third and final class of our heavyweights. This is class 5114. We have a total of 19 entries within this class. We have Trent Mock, Lucas Davis, Kaysen Candelaria, Abigail Bauman, Dominic Malindo, Hannah Seeger, Paxton Pettinger, Echo Bartels, Dalton Demers, Carly Bringhurst, Tanner Prebish, Chloe Farmer, Sydney Hawker, Elena Mock, Kaylee Landini, Kimber Hatcher, Josie Hunt, Lucinda Merez, Carly Bringhurst. This is your last class of heavyweights. We have a weight range of 159 pounds to 178. Attention lamb exhibitors, there is a buyback option for the buyback truck for your lambs. The price is $2 a pound. Again, $2 a pound if you would like to do the lamb buyback. If you want to, there is the sign-up sheet at the livestock office. Again, lamb buyback is optional at $2 a pound.
As soon as the show is over, someone will be at the north or south end of the steer barn.
If you are interested in that buyback program, 2 hours after the grand drive.
Immediately after the grand drive, someone will be there.
Oh, excuse me. Immediately after the grand drive, there will be somebody on the north end of the beef barn for southwest. Excuse me. Let me get my directions correct here. Southwest beef barn. There will somebody be there immediately following the grand drive to accept those lambs. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. We have a Dodge Laramie pickup that is parked in the way that needs to be moved immediately. We have another exhibitor trying to get out. The license plate is MOG 742. So if we could have you move your vehicle, you are in the way. Thank you. Second call for our first and seconds of our heavyweight division from classes 1 and 2. Please make your way to the holding ring. Second call for our first and second heavyweights. Please return to the holding pin. Final call for our heavyweights to return for our heavyweight championship drive. We'll need our first and seconds from classes 1, 2, and 3, which is in the ring. Thank you.
Get the last class today here, and we're getting in really heavy weights, and we're showing some maturity, but we get down to these top three out here, and they're still athletic looking for as heavy as they are. They still put it together in the right pieces, and I think that's on these top three especially, that's why they worked their way up here. You know, I think the top two push themselves pretty hard in terms of competitiveness between the two of them. For me today, I just like the way this one holds himself together on the move. He's more flexible, more correct on his feet and legs. I mean, at times maybe even wants to get a little bit too easy topped, but I think he's the one that carries it right from that perspective. I think his neck sets better, top side of his blades. I think they're pretty similar when you get over the top side of them. Again, when you step off and you study him on the profile, though, I think this one's better in terms of his blade, better in terms of his chest, and certainly just a little bit leveler right out through his dock. So some give and take between those two, but I read this one as being the more athletic and better built one of the two of them. This is a real shapely, really powerful one here that comes second. Young man's got him dialed in really good. It's when I take him on the move that I want to change him. He wants to get just a little tight off those back two, and he wants to get him up under him just a little bit. You study him on the profile. He's not quite as good in the lower chest floor. Gets a little plainer in his forerib there in comparison to the class winner, but that's getting really picky because when you get into this kind of weight and you still got sheep like that here in the top pair that look like that, these two young men brought us two nice good ones. Congratulations to them. We come over here into our third place, and to me, he's the logical one to come third because he's still youthful enough, and as I said, he's still athletic looking enough, got lots of power to him. He doesn't have as much foot and bone underneath him. He's probably not quite as busted open when you get over the top side or from behind as the two in front of him today, but that's a nice built one there that comes third, and I think he just put together a notch better than the two that come here in fourth and fifth. As I told these two ladies, they do a great job of showing. Young lady here in fourth, again, she just knocks it out of the park in terms of sticking this in the way you like them stuck. You just start to study this when he handles right, he touches right. He's just showing the maturity to him when you compare him to the ones above him today. He's a heavyweight, and certainly for a heavyweight, she's got him right in terms of his condition. He's just starting to get longer in his blade. Chest force dropping out of him. Pieces don't blend together as good. And so for me today, he just doesn't hit me as hard as those three in front of him do. We round out the class with a really powerful individual here in fifth. Really opened up, lots of power from behind. It's his front third we got to change. He's the one that shows me the most maturity in this class, the one that's the lowest fronted. We need to change that before we can work him up any higher in the class. Again, a very competitive class. If you would, give him a round of applause.
Results for your third and final class of heavyweights. 10th place, Hannah Seeger from Monte Vista. 9th place, Carly Bringhurst from Rama. 8th place, Dalton Demers of Akron. 7th place, Dominic Maldonado of Greeley. In 6th place, Lucinda Mares of Julesburg. 5th place, Elena Mock of Franktown. 4th place, Echo Bartels of Loma. 3rd place, Paxton Pettinger of Eaton. 2nd place, Trent Mock of Franktown. And your class winner, Tanner Prebish of Loveland. At this time, we will bring back all of our first and seconds from our heavyweight division classes 1 through 3. Once our judge, Gene Wynn, selects your champion and reserve champion heavyweights, we will take a 30-minute break, approximately, before our overall champion drive for your lambs. While the break is happening, we will be giving out some livestock judging awards, so stay tuned for that. Also, after the conclusion of our overall drive, we will have our premier exhibitor competitions here inside the livestock pavilion. So if you are interested to participate in the premier exhibitor competition, please stick around after the overall drive. In the ring at this time is your first place winners from classes 1, 2, and 3 of your heavyweights. From class number 1, we have Kaylin Toll. From class number 2, Elena Mock. From class number 3, Tanner Prebish. Also in the ring is our second place winners from those classes. From class number 1, David Vetter. Class number 2, Kaylee Landini. And from class number 3, Trent Mock. This is your heavyweight blackface Market Lamb division.
Well, as we get here to the last class or the last division, excuse me, again, I think these kids have worked really hard. They've pushed each other pretty hard. I think they deserve a big round of applause. Would you guys please give them one? Well, we talked about them, and we get into these heavier weights, and you do start to see some differences in terms of maturity patterns, differences in terms of maybe their build a little bit, and you try to get all those pieces together, some power, some dimension, some width, and still keep it in a good looking package. And that gets hard when you get into the heavy weights. You can't always get that, and so I made it a little bit of a challenge, but we get them back out here to pick a champion heavy division and reserve. I'm pretty happy with them. We start off with the first class here. Again, that one is dialed in terms of touch and handle today. That's not the widest made one. We said that in the class. That is one its outline is outstanding. His build and skeletal quality is right on the money, in my opinion. Again, I've said this all day, not trying to be critical or anything. You can change little things about all of them. I guess from that one, at times you want to just bust him a little bit. But that was in comparison to the one that stood behind him, which is a powerful one from that standpoint. So that one's outline, that one's makeup, touch and handle, conditions right on the money. The second place we talked about, a contrast between these two, because that is one that's really opened up, square made, big chested, carries width and dimension from front to rear and top to bottom. Muscle shape laid on that one is tremendous. Again, that one's a fun one to study because I think he actually looks better off the brace than he does on the brace to me. But he's one that's powerfully made, opened up, wide from the top part of his skeleton all the way to the ground. As I said in the class, for me today, I'd shorten his blade, maybe elevate him just a little bit. He does run uphill, but I think that would lengthen his neck and extension there would help him somewhat. We get over here into the second class, and that's one, again, that if you start at the ground, you like the foot and bone and shag underneath that one. It's kind of got the chromed up pieces you like to see on one. Really hemp features are nice on that one, and that one's flexible and easy going out here. I think still got a nice look as we move up in these heavyweights. Probably not quite as shallow in terms of his chest floor in comparison to the ones on either side of him. I think he's probably carrying the most amount of condition of our top three out here. But that's a sheep when you step back and you watch or you look at him and you study him. I think he proportions out and he still balances well. And then you step in behind him, you like his twist, you like the dimension to the lower portion of his leg. So a nice lamb there in that class. We talked about the second place. That's one that handles with a lot of width down his top side. His hip loin junction is tremendous. Maybe just gets lower fronted than you'd like to see out here, especially when you put him into motion. You'd like to pick that front end, pick that chest up, and get him to go better. We come over here to our last class we just talked about, and that's the heaviest class we've got out here today. And again, maturity and condition and all those things come into play. But I thought this one in this class was the athletic-looking one. He was the one that handled his feet and legs and handled himself on the go the best in the class. And then he's one, again, when you get him out here on the profile, you like the way he puts the pieces together. I think he's still good in his chest and his blade and still got a tremendous amount of muscle on him. He's fresh and correct to the touch. And then in the second place over there, again, another one that's dialed in for a heavy weight, really touches and handles good. It's got some shape to him. Not quite as unique up through that front third as the class winner. Wants to get just a little bit tighter when you take him into motion. But that was how I saw that particular class. So I think you get back out here to pick a heavy division winner. Probably in my mind anyway, probably the toughest division out here today, and trying to put two of them together the way I like them. So might have to do some give and take between them. But you guys give them one more big round of applause, and I'll pick the champion reserve for you.
Your heavyweight division champion comes from class number 1. That is entry 917 from Kalen Toll. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the second place from class number 1. That is David Vetter. Your reserve champion for your heavyweight division also comes from class number 1. That is the second place from David Vetter. We will have our overall Lamb drive at exactly 3:45. 3:45 is our start time for our overall show. At this time, we will move into our livestock judging awards. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Colorado State Fair. It is the time that we've all been waiting for today. It's your Market Lamb Grand Drive. At this time, we will bring in our reserve champions from each division. Once we get a few logistics worked out here, we'll get everybody brought in. All right, entering the ring at this time, your reserve champion AOB, entry 710 from Camden Krigo. Your reserve champion lightweight blackface, entry 919 from Harper Toll. Your reserve champion middleweight blackface, entry 1035 from Cal Sidwell. Your reserve champion medium heavyweight blackface, entry 863 from Cade Simpson. Your reserve champion heavyweight blackface, entry 734 from David Vetter. Coming in the ring at this time is our parade of champions. Our champion AOB, entry 707 from Hadley Krigo from Wellington with a weight of 135 pounds. Up next is your champion lightweight blackface, entry 730 from Anna Vetter from Bennett, Colorado with a weight of 120 pounds. Your champion middleweight blackface, entry 918, Kalen Toll from Carr, Colorado with a weight of 133 pounds. Your champion medium heavy blackface, entry 1031, Cal Sidwell from Gill, Colorado with a weight of 140 pounds. And finally, your champion heavyweight blackface, entry 917, Kalen Toll from Carr, Colorado with a weight of 147 pounds. Joining us today in front of the announcer stand, we have some Colorado State Fair commissioners. We have Mike Schleep, Renee Brown, and Nikki Weathers. We also have some fair royalty here with us. We have the 2023 Miss Rodeo Colorado, that is Randolyn Madison. We also have the 2024 Miss Rodeo Colorado Lady in Waiting, Georgia Strymenos. This year's fair is not possible without some of our lamb sponsors. They include ADM Animal Nutrition, Mark Arndt, the Colorado Livestock Association, the Colorado State Fair, Colorado State University and the Department of Animal Sciences, the family of Lewis Cox, Marlin Eisenach, Lubricin Livestock, Northeastern Junior College, SureChamp and Vita Charge, the American Hampshire Sheep Association, and Weaver Livestock. A special thank you goes out to all of our sponsors. Once again, we'll highlight our judge. Our judge for today's contest has been Gene Nguyen. Over the past 30 years, Gene has had the pleasure of working with Junior Showman and supporting youth livestock programs as a teacher, sheep breeder, judge, and a dad. He earned his bachelor's and master's degrees in agricultural and extension education from New Mexico State University. His degrees led him to a career as an ag educator and ag extension and 4-H agent, as well as a county director for the New Mexico Cooperative Extension Service. Gene and his wife, Doreen, raised 4 children who showed multiple livestock species, where they were fortunate to experience numerous champion and reserve champion honors for over the years, both locally within New Mexico and at national levels. For the past 25 years, Gene has judged various sheep, goat, swine, and cattle shows at the local and regional levels. He has also judged in states nationwide, including Arizona, California, Indiana, Montana, Kansas, Virginia, Ohio, Texas, and Colorado. Once again, a reminder that if your animals are looking to be part of the buyback trailer, that buyback option is available. A list and a sign-up sheet for buyback can be found at the livestock office. The price is $2 per pound. Immediately after the grand drive, there will be somebody in the beef barn on the southwest corner accepting those lambs. A quick schedule reminder, as soon as this grand drive is done, we will be having our premier exhibitor contest inside this arena. And as far as any goat exhibitors inside this barn, we are planning on a 5 o'clock start time with showmanship. I believe we are starting with junior showman. So again, goat exhibitors, junior showmanship is scheduled still for your 5 o'clock start time.
Well, what a sheep show today out here. Hey, let's give these kids a big round of applause. That's the first thing we got to do. You guys should be very proud. I told them that we're going to walk them again, and I wanted everybody to get a chance to show them off and see the sheep and see the kids, because that's what it's about. And you know, I got to tell you that I don't like talking about myself. It's about these young people out here. But I have to tell you, when I got to ask the judge at Colorado State Fair, I was pretty stoked about that, because I know the tradition you've got up here at the Colorado State Fair. You know, I'm your neighbor to the south, and so, you know, over the years, last 30, 35 years of you know, showing sheep and stuff, I'm well aware of the quality of sheep and the quality of kids that you guys got here. So there's a rich tradition here, and so I always consider it an honor and privilege to be able to evaluate shows, and certainly it's one to evaluate the Colorado State Fair. These young people brought some real power, some real, they brought the heat, as they say. I think that when you get them out here, you may not agree with me on every decision, because there were certainly some decisions to be made, but I think you can agree with me that these kids have done a great job, and that's what I'm happy with. I'll tell you that I learned this a long time ago, that, you know, there's not much I got control over, but I got control over myself. And so when I get to judge shows, whether you want to believe this or not, I study the sheep. May not agree with me, but I study the sheep. And that's all I've got control over. And so I want these young people to understand that life's a complicated thing. You guys are tough. These are our future leaders. And you're going to have to make decisions. And this old guy right here learned a long time ago, you make decisions, you make the right one that you're comfortable with, and you guys got to know that's what I've done today. So I'm a tough enough guy, thick-skinned enough, that people may not agree with me, but hey, I'm happy with what we got out here. These kids have done a great job. You know, I'm not going to go back and talk each one of them again, because you've heard me talk enough today. But I'm going to tell you that as far as the kind of sheep that I like, I try to make them good looking, but I want them to have power and substance. I want them to be opened up. I want them to be true. I want them to have skeletal and structural width that matches the muscle and the power that they possess. I don't want them to be just good looking sheep. I want them to have enough substance and power that I've fed enough of these things. I can tell you that they've got to be able to feed at home. And if you make them too frail or you make them just good looking, those are the ones that seem to always give you the problems. So again, there was decisions to be made out here, but when it comes down to it, I think there's a pair of them that to me are really exceptionally good sheep. And there's some differences between of them. One of them's just a little more powerful and rugged. One that's maybe just got a bigger forearm, a little more substance to them when you step around in front of them. And there's another one that's just maybe a notch just even cooler looking. But I think both of them just bring some uniqueness that make them exceptional show lambs. And then I think there's some other ones. They're going to follow them. I'm supposed to pick the top 5. I think there's some other ones that follow them really nicely. Hey, it's been a great sheep show. You guys give these kids one more big round of applause. I'll show you those 5.
Your grand champion comes from the medium heavy division blackface. That is entry 1031 from Cal Sidwell of Gill, Colorado. Rolling into consideration for reserve will be the reserve champion, and that is Cade Simpson. Your reserve champion goes to the champion middleweight. That is Kalen Toll of Carr, Colorado. Rolling into consideration for third overall will be the reserve champion blackface from Cal Sidwell. Third overall goes to your reserve champion medium heavy. That is 863 from Cade Simpson. Your fourth overall is your champion lightweight blackface. That is entry 730 from Anna Vetter of Bennett. Rolling into consideration for the fifth overall will be the reserve champion lightweight from Harper Toll. Your fifth overall is also your champion heavyweight blackface. That is entry 917 from Kalen Toll of Carr, Colorado. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors. Thank you to our judge and our show ring help, as well as our clerks. Once again, stick around if you are a premier exhibitor competitor. We will be having that here inside the ring. And we will get set back here for our first class of junior goat showmen.